Oh, hello everyone. There we go. How is everyone doing? It's Thursday. I'm awake. Imagine. I'm pretty sure. Well, thank you. It's the Pikachu. Uh, Pikachu thing. Pikachu thing. What am I? I can't think. Aura, hello. I've had this for a while. It's like reversible. There's like um, what's it called? There's like Pikachu's all over. If I reverse it, it's like yellow and has Pikachu's everywhere. I love this one as well. It's very comfy. It's great. Um, yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. We're playing more Ace Attorney. It has pockets. Yes, pockets. Pockets is always very nice. Yeah, I'm on the final bit of would help if I actually capture the game. Usually, I am on the final chapter of the first part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I might take a break from it before we start the second part, so we play some other stuff. Once I finish this, we'll see. Because you know it's a lot of talking and stuff like that. But it should be good. We're currently not really. There's not really a murder or anything that's happened. We've not been called to court or anything. The only thing that's happened is that in this pawnbrokers, we met the pickpocket from an earlier case who tried to get a coat which she claimed belonged to her dad. Which then had a music disc inside, like for a music box. And some other guy showed up and was like, "That's mine." But he lied about who he was and everything, and then we found out that the coat was actually related to a guy who died in one of the earlier cases. So it's a bit of a mess. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but I'm sure it's going to be related to what happens soon after. But yeah, the police is currently investigating it and everything, so I don't know, maybe we'll get involved some more, but right now we're not, so... Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. That's Winterbanks, the pawnbrokery. Yeah, we were in there just now. It looks much smarter than a pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruto. A fountain pen? Is it that important? Anything else around here? Not really. Okay. What's this? Oh, is this? Oh, this is where Herlock Sholmes lives. And our office is up there somewhere. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Yeah, I don't know why she would be convicted of anything. Maybe she's not told us something. Okay, let's go back to Sholmes' suite. And see what's going on. Ah, Susie and Bruno, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of her shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Well, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Wait, Iris, you're not supposed to learn pickpocketing, okay? I don't think that's a good idea. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Bruno? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. Ugh, this girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Okay, well, let me examine the place first. What's going on, Mr. Sholmes? What are you so engrossed in? Did you not hear? I'm not here. Of course you're not. I cannot think why the whole bed of the ocean is not one solid mass of oysters, so prolific that its creatures seem. He won't even turn around and look at me. It's best to just leave him alone when he's in one of his moods like this. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. He's got his Stradivarius back. Now this really is Mr. Sholmes' faithful performing partner then. The Stradivarius... No, it's no good, it's gone. The virtuoso's violin that he found in the pawnbroker's and managed to buy for next to nothing. After all we went through to get it back, he's just cast it aside on the chair. I was looking forward to hearing the beautiful sound it makes when Mr. Sholmes plays it. It does look rather sorry for itself there, doesn't it? Although, at least Wagahai hasn't attacked it yet. Even if his eyes are saying it's only a matter of time. Why doesn't he have a case for it anyway? Like, if you have a Stradivarius, I feel like you should get a case for it just to make sure that it doesn't, like, break or something. And, you know, the cat doesn't attack it. There's all sorts on the shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? It just looks messy to me, like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then. No favoritism at all. The fire's burning comfortingly in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Oh, I got an achievement for that. Interesting. What woman? Is that important? Looks like the huge metal chest is being used as a table. It seems quite sturdy. It's an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. I mean, I wasn't even planning to open it, but... We've basically inspected everything before. So I'm not too, like... I don't think I'll find anything really interesting, but... Oh god, my voice. Okay. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But there's paper already set up in the typewriter, look, as if she's about to start. That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah yes, Mr. Natsume. That's what I'll be doing too once I'm back in Japan, he said, through tightly clenched fists and teeth. I'm sure he'll be doing great. We have the tea set. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. It sure is. I do like tea every now and then. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo, you can't deny it. I'm saving my money so that I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. Oh, chemistry, takedown throws. What diverse skills you boast, Mr. Zato. As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. Are they not? It's pretty impressive. All mementos of Mr. Shums' past career. I wonder if the beefsteak from La Carnival would be in this display as well. That would be weird, but... Okay, well, let's actually talk to her then. So, by Ginny you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her in the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make the whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I'd get bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been so long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. Yeah. I mean, she did say no, but we're just hoping that she arrives. Basically. She's like, no, I'm not going. but we're like, oh no, she's going to show up. She's just awkward about it. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. You didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all. So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me that when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Okay. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was so tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, he must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You could say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. Yeah, we know your dad, Iris. Or knew. Not really, but... we solved the case of his murder! And I was implicated as the one who did it. When she was tiny, she's tiny now. That's true. I mean, she's 10 or something? Does it actually say in the... Yeah, 10. She is 10 years old, so... Yeah, of course she's tiny. But she was even smaller before. I would say she's small now and she was tiny before. You know, as in the D&D terms. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant lands, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yep. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah. I mean, I remember a game. I know it's been four cases ago, but... Of course I remember. I'm the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. Mrs. Ado. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Oh. I mean, it makes sense. We don't want to be like, oh, yeah, we know of your dad. He died. He's donezo. He's gone. Sorry, Iris. Yeah, probably best not to tell her, you know. Not right now, at least. Oh, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Hmm? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Okay, so he's already forgotten. Amazing. His memory really is pretty bad. It's quite bad. Literally, we helped retrieve his violin this morning and he's already forgotten about it. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mrs. Ado. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may, well, be even more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Bruno could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Yeah, I guess we'll just be a crime family now. That could work. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Ah, okay. Impressive. He made an imprint of the disc and then created a new one. That is smart. Zelda, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed. This caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yeah, that sounds illegal. It does sound illegal, yeah. You are? That's good to hear. I'm doing well myself. I slept very well. My voice is still rough, but you know, it happens. It's mainly because of the amount of talking. Eventually I'll get through it though. I love caramel. Caramel is great. I haven't had caramel in a while. I really should. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Is that for the one I just did? Or do you want me to do it again? I confess I was the most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Lucky one, okay. I'll just drink again, because I do want to drink some more. Go. You tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Inside the music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances plug the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Samit, hello. Welcome. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. Oh yeah, that's not great, Summit. No stats. 4 dex, 7 ints, 9 con and wisdom. Yes, 17 strength is at least something, but... Oh god. Oh no, the bot really doesn't like people right now. 7 dex, con and wisdom. And you do have ints at least, but yeah, that's rough. Big arms and big brain, yes. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that's certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? I mean... Oh yeah, you just have to leave where you live. I mean, that's not great. The bot needs to roll an extra dice and remove the lowest. It does that, Summit. Unless you mean another extra one. Because it rolls 4d6, drops lowest. That's how it rolls them. People are just rolling terribly. Like, if you roll a 3, that means 4 dice were a 1. Which Thrall did manage yesterday, which is quite impressive, honestly. But yeah, it's... I don't know, it's supposed to be on average pretty good, but people did still manage to roll really low for some reason. I don't know if I... Does it show... No, I don't have the actual numbers that it rolls for each one. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Fire! Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. Not the hat. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's on screen again. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of irises in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Did you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Wait. Did she just mention the name when she's not supposed to know the name? Ah. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles, but how could you know the full title? Well, that's... Did she break into the storeroom just to find the manuscript? Susato. I hope not. That's because Mr. Zato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Bruno, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Also, why wait with publishing it as well? If it's just a story about a case or something, why can't they publish it? I don't really understand that as well. Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Oh, there she is. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly waiting for your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Mrs. Strad. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come on in. Come along in. That's what he said, actually. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Mendelssohn it is, then. Kitty! Cat's back. Meow. Meow. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. I mean, lovely. I mean, great evening, right? being, being taught how to pickpocket things. Very useful skill, I'm sure. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, fell into the night. 9:34 p.m. Okay. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. And best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I don't think you should do that. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Miss Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. That is very weird. Knock knock. Who would that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Iris, hello again. And Gina as well? And Gina too! Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let's make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what? What in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Oh, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them all out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? You like Gina? Same. Same. I love a lot of the character designs, to be honest. But Gina's is great. Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So, anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Oh, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Okay, I guess we talk about it. I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. Like, why does she know about it though? Why won't she tell Iris about it? Don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mental script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? Where did she find the manuscript? Well, we know the manuscript was stored in the pawnbrokers, where we were. But whether or not she found it, she went into the storeroom or something while all the things were going on and somehow found it, I don't know. Or she knows it some other way. What gets me is that she won't tell us how she knows or where she found it, or so we don't actually know. That's right, I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps you should ask her. We can, I guess. Do I want to ask Gina about her parents? I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minutes we were born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pump out idiot's purse. Pump it idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy. So much. Oh. Oh. Oh, Iris. Because that's not gonna happen, sadly. Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please, do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean that that's what it is, keeping secret like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You're a lot too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Oh. Wait, do I talk to... Oh, whoops. Can't find anything out of place. Yeah, that's because I didn't actually press something that I wanted to. Gina, what did you mean when you said you'd know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mental script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in Miss Old Windibank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could have known about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be so hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, let's have some sleep. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, would but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yuma University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. And we snooze. We sleep the night away. Naruhodo. It's Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Oh, okay. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? What is this about? Why is the... Yeah, why is there a light on at this time of the night? That's Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Oh no. Gina went to check. I'm pretty sure Gina went to check if the manuscript is actually at Winterbank's. For Iris. To prove that... That's so stupid. Oh no. Mr. Winterbank's. Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really in old Winterbank's storeroom, there's no way someone from all the way around the world, in other words you, could have known about it. Yep. Yeah. Could you not have gone? Seems you have not some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate at once. Mrs. Otto. Okay, she woke up as well. That's good, I guess. The door to Winterbank's, it's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. The calendar? The calendar? That doesn't look good. That's blood. Lots of blood. Killed by a calendar. Oh no! Not the calendar. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Oh god. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go. Right. Oh no. Last. I've lost them. Hello, hello? What have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Winterbank's. So we don't know who ran away. Oh no, animated cutscene.
Mr. Jones!
Mr. Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
That's the owner. Gina!
It's Gina!
Oh no. So the owner seems to be dead. Or at least bleeding. Gina... There wasn't any blood that I saw. So I'm hoping that she's just knocked out. Hopefully. Hopefully. I don't want Gina to be dead. So now we flash back to just a couple of moments ago. Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry. She had a gun. But that probably means she's going to be implicated in the crime. Because, I mean, she's in the locked storeroom with the guy who owns the store who has been shot. And she holds a gun. Like, if she's not dead, she's going to be the implicated, right? As a... God, why am I blanking on the term? So bad. But yeah, whatever. As the perpetrator. From that moment, Winterbank's pawnbroker became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. So he didn't get much sleep, that's for sure. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurdy and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Winterbank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside of his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Winterbanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Winterbank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. I know my I know my theories, my stories. Ginny, but why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us thinks she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Yeah, let's talk about that first. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? Well, Hurley's not dead. No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yeah, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Well, there was the, like, thing they could open, right? Like, we looked in through that little thing. The opening, right? Couldn't they have, like, shot him through that? You know? I guess it depends. Like, there's a lot of things I don't know yet. We don't have any evidence yet. We literally don't know nothing. But we're probably going to be the lawyer in this case. Okay. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Mr. Winterbank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. No. It's alright, his life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. St. Sinners? Really? Why would you call a hospital St. Sinners? They're tending to him there. If you have a saint called Sinner, it feels a little bit weird, you know. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Because sinner is someone who sins, right? As in, like, doing things that aren't allowed by the religion. If that makes sense. So, it's spelled differently, but since it would sound the same, so it feels a bit weird to have a saint that's called Sinner, because the religion wouldn't allow sinning, and they're part of a religion. So why would you make someone that's called Sinner a saint? But I guess it's just a name. Maybe there are actually saints called Sinner, I don't know. It just feels weird to me. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Oh. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windebag's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. Did we get any look at them? I guess not, because they were like shadows, right? I should have paid more attention to the like actual silhouettes. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them. Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Oh, I mean, it's true. So where's Susato? Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mrs. Otto stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't just stand sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I do love that the bit in between her goggles is just a heart. I love that. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Okay, so we have a couple of places to go. Let's go to the hospital first. Talk to Mr. Sholmes, you know. See how he's getting on. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh no. Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello. Whatever here? God. Why did they start with that? Hello, hello. This ward is off limits. No visitants, so what are you doing here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. What a great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Oh my god. Sherlock Sholmes has too much adrenaline in him to have the anesthetic work on him. That's pretty impressive, honestly. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps you should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Okay, well, we can at least look at some stuff, right? Must be his bed. Looks stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. I mean, yeah. What's this? There's a notice board on the wall. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. Certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. I mean, generally you don't want rats and mice hanging around all the medication and stuff. Some crutches? I wonder what those are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see? Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and had been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Okay, really nothing much to find here then. Okay, let's go to see Gina in prison. Oh. Hello, Gina. They let her keep her weapon? Her smoke grenade launcher? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me like that all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard? Get lost? Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me? I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw a chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop on any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She could be staring at me more obviously than if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Well, I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some papers? Representation papers or something like that? It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups do always. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the bank slums my whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Get sold it out and nearly snapped on the back of it. God. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're going to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Runo? No, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Oh. A bit sad that you won't be able to get the collection this year as well. Yeah, Trolls, it's okay. Like, if you want... Like, I have some game keys that I haven't been able to use from the collection. If you want, I can give them to you. If you want them, that is. Because I already have the games, so... It's something I can do at least. May you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving in easy, you know? It's a lot of work. And half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say could make it a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Well... What did you mean before, Gina? When you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Oh. Photographic prints of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of his coat. Of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. Oh. In the coat that belonged to McGilded, or at least was going to McGilded. Interesting. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of an overcoat. Of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. Well, I guess that's it. Cat. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahai. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Yeah, they're built different, you know, they like the snow. Maybe not. Okay, I can't click the snowman apparently. Okay, what is this? Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 PM. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th of April, 9 PM. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 13th of February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. It doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Weird now, if Mr. McGilded still had that ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Okay. Interesting. But how would we know what it is? Because it went past the due date, basically, so it would be in the shop, just randomly somewhere. Police officers all over. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that. Oh, Inspector, good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah, your ladyship. No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Bruno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? We're thirsty, your ladyship. Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice, refreshing fruit juice. Oh my god, this guy. Gregson. Why are you like this? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Ah. Oh my god. Immediately. Ah, lovely. Ah, very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. What the heck? Okay, well, let me look around a bit. So there's a bit of a mess on the floor here, but that doesn't mean much. But the one thing I wanted to inspect is this calendar. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. I'm ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused? If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. It looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Right. But I don't have the paperwork because Gina wouldn't sign it, so... well. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, haven't you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrada's being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. Infinite French fries, my dream. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? It just refreshes constantly. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having an emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better? Oh, of course, your ladyship. It will right as rain before we know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. Well, that's nice. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny, I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson? Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yard, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? Do you know what that one line did for me? The very next month my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell ya. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Herlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Could you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you and Sholmes and could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in the print, huh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Graxie. Every month when a new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. God, more tea. Ah, lovely. Not very much. I really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Okay. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? The Lord Strongart's office, of course. You summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whip's dogs took her to there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey, and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the office to fetch her straight away. Yep, okay. Sounds good to me. God. The voices are doing, doing all the voices. My throat is not doing great. It's fine though. I can handle it. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Suzaru-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? Return to your homeland? Suzaru-san. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why were you talking about Mrs. Zato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... He's been formally charged now. Oh dear. Oh no. Why is Cisato going back home? Miss Cisato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba? Oh, but he's such a nice man. Hey. Yes, sorry. It must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. Oh, so we won't have her for the trial? Wait, does that mean we're going to have Iris helping us in the trial? Maybe? Or are we doing it ourselves? I imagine we're going to have someone helping us, at least. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too transpicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the order's overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's incidents, but I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. Now, rude. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yeah, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with the public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would you do that? Well, We talked to her, Ryunosuke. Did you forget already? I guess it's because you can do this in a couple of different orders, but we already saw her, so we know why she did it. A question that you would have to direct, or you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Suzaru's son about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Zato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. Ryunosuke has bad memories? Yeah. Just like Herlock Sholmes. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Okay, to the prison. Hi, Gina. Hello again, Gina. Oh, not again. Can you stop loading the gun? What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. Goblin, hello, have a good lurk, and thank you for the 3-stream streak. Good job. You did it. I hope you're doing well. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? Is my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? I mean, we knew that in the compartment that she told us was hidden, there was too much stuff. She said she moved it out, but we know for a fact that there was no room. Didn't make any sense, because they wouldn't have moved everything back in there during the investigation. My assumption is that maybe she was there, or maybe she wasn't, but it sounds like she got hired or something to lie and get him acquitted, basically. But I'm not sure. We'll see. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got a hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Okay, so that was... Okay. What about hearing stuff then? It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. Couldn't see a thing, and then... I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilded discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cuff's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Well, we already knew that, kind of. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you? How? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about it. About any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp her before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Okay. You said Mr. McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody about what you saw, but you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, I let out a little scream, you see, couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what that D took of me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the Bogtrotter told me. I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Have a good look, Zelda. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. So, was it just about the music disc? It's so weird. Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh. Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tidiness and always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Snoring! Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other. So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm and the bloke had been killed. Yeah, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, Miss McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The 2 cokes from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yeah, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. I see. What were the conditions? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. About what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. Bean's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You have to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibanks, so it is, and you're to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. Before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Yeah, but I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking you to take stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is you might say and what it is that you won't. Right. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. McGill had planned it, and coerced Gina into giving a false testimony. I mean, it was kind of obvious that McGilded was doing nefarious things, but why and how, that's all gonna come clear in this trial, maybe, hopefully. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so he couldn't live in the East End anymore. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything, what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us and we all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have, in an heartbeat, he could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted? And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice? Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm forward now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? I heard he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I signed a bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that? Mrs. Otto? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyers or nothing. Aww. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. Okay. Well, my assumption is that she won't, like, rip it up or anything. We'll still help her in court, even though she doesn't want us to. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Winterbanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done here. Or done there, rather. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Winterbanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Oh god. This is a big one. I don't know if I can even finish that today. I would hope so. I still have like 4 more hours or something that I can play. Here we are again, that's the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship. How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. She's given him tea thrice now. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winterbank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. I'll try not to. Come then, let us not waste any time. Okay. Investigation. Ah, look here. Ah yes, bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Bunderbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well, Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. Doesn't do it often. You shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Bruno. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. It's green. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There. Does it make sense now? Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand. Kids, it works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Great, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at, in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make note of it in the court record. Okay. Sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagents left, sure. Interesting. Color green. Talk to this man. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. We should keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. Fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. What's this thing? Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that he used the big contraption over there. Well, that's for use in the public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think, as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think, when Mrs. Sholmes gleefully showed this to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Yep. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's really a strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all that junk, you know? Are you alright, Bruno? Oh, it's just... well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things... you can't help wishing you owned them, even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in the shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. Yeah, that's what we just thought, so yeah. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Bruno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? I've already listened to it last time. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Okay. So... I already talked to you. What's this? There's the article ledger here in Mr. Winterbank's notes and... what's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. It's the same cat. Look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid £1. Redemption deadline 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. We'd never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Winterbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. So the cat picture again. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us the print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright, let the corks turn. Yeah, yes, they're exactly the same. Nope. Wait, not exactly. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Okay, let's talk to her about it. Thank you for the hydrate, trolls, and have a good lurk. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Winterbank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. The cat is different. Like the face. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Like, this one looks a bit more to the left-ish, while this one looks straight onward. But maybe I'm just crazy. That's what it looks like to me. What's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Oh, that makes sense actually. Oh, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? We literally just talked about them. Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. That thing, yeah, that they inspected just now. There it is, just over there. The magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Okay, well, let's have her explain. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depths in the world around us? Well, I just open them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with the right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Woodward, hello. I hope you're well. Congrats on second, I guess. Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Reno. You're beginning to understand. And the stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can't, really? Okay. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a telescope, stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susanne really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? You had your class over Teams today. Had a good sleep in. Nice, nice, Woodward. I'm glad you got some good rest. Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, Bruno. Oh no, we're all going cross-eyed. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. What the heck is this kindergartner thing discussion? Look, it's important for the case, Woodward, okay? Start by staring at one point and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images, like this. You try it now, Bruno. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. So how do we do this? Is it actually a mechanic? Oh, wait, did I have to do that myself? Okay. Did the print split into two images for you? That was the next step. Alright. Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together. Until... it's all 3D! They form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see the metal now. It looks so real! Seems you had some trouble with the instructions. Well, I was assuming they were talking to Naruhodo, not me. It looks so real. I could look at it all day. I don't think you can because crossing your eyes it sucks. You can probably do it for longer with practice, but I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Bruno. Okay. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. I'm not crossing my eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this? Is it? Yeah, I'm not actually doing it. There, you managed it. Did I? Wow, I didn't even do anything. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. I did it. Why was this important for the case? I don't know if it is actually, but they have a long explanation for it, so it must be important in some way, right? You would think. I don't know who discovered it, but it really is extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Oh yeah, not just yesterday. We looked at it earlier today as well. It opens up. And then a set of pair of photographs in this stand at the back, and there we go. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Yeah, why would you just go cross-eyed when you can just have the machine do it, you know? You've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll actually ever need. Ah, there we go. Cat. There's blood. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case... Yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Okay. Iris... Here. Oh, wrong button. Here. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. Bang! Oh, it's purple. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you have an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color returned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Okay. I think Thrice-fired Mason. Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Shones. Minus the quickie slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this. I did it. I did the thing. We deduced. I am smart. So we know that purple is Thrice-fired Mason. We don't know who greens is. Which was a lot more blood, to be honest. And a lot more recent as well. Anything else here? That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to articles in his care. You hope the dog is safe? I'm sure it is. Okay. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. F. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine this scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Okay. Do I move to the storeroom? Yeah, okay. It's a bike. The bike did it. Definitely. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Me and Zala called it was a bike. I knew it, yeah. Oh, there he is, Gregson. Ah. Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? He took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. Yeah. I'm afraid this is all a little too much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Yeah. Don't trouble yourself, and Judy, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? Doesn't help, Gregson. He tried. He tried something. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Yeah, poor Mr. Sholmes. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the Val Gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Why would they just leave the gun? In her pocket we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. In something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector, of course it is. I mean, Gina definitely didn't do it, but what the heck happened then? I don't know. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? Well, the thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. Maybe it was the 3D cat? Maybe. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? Well, they had trouble with it, that's for sure. Apparently, Mr. Sholmes had a lot of coffee, and they were like, the anesthetic isn't working. It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan we can just manage to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Early. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes is to do things his way. Okay. So, let's examine a little bit then. What's in this chest? Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript is being kept in. Oh. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... I'm sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. Jaeger, hello. Ah. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really, it was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Why is she frowning? Thank you for the hydrate, Jaeger. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How does this author know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Where's Wilson? Oh my god. That is... that's a chonker. That is what we call a chonker of a manuscript. Holy shit. It might be thick paper, but still. Okay. Look at the gun. This is a revolver. A real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon. Used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. Yeah, he kept threatening to kill himself. Which, you know, pretty bad, but that's how he was, I guess. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Okay, that's something, right? It could only have been shot once. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. This is true. Okay, nothing else specifically except this. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Oh. This must be his blood then. Ah. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Bang. Oh, it's blue. He was blue-blooded. Royalty. That's not what it means, but still. So now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Okay. So we have 3 blood samples. Not bad, not bad. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Nothing else, huh? So we've got some blood samples, 2 pawnbroker's tickets, the manuscript, and then Gina's representation papers. Okay. Can we talk to him about anything? No. I guess we'll go to the hospital and see if we can talk to Mr. Sholmes. Nope, he's not here. Okay. Baker Street? Oh, there's a... There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibank's. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Renaud, so please don't apologize. But It's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. So the thing is, the revolver was fired, but only once. So when was it fired is the question. It's already been 2 months that we've been taking lodgings in Mr. Sholmes' place. Still can't believe it. When Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party. That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough. Yes. Okay, there's not much else around here. Okay. What else can we do? Can we go back to the main shop, see if anything's changed? Doesn't look like it. Okay. To our office? And we're just investigating everything now. Kettle on the fire. How about some tea right now? Thanks, Iris, but I'm alright for now. If you're sure, you know I always have plenty whenever you're feeling thirsty. Does she have infinite tea or something? We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. Hurley's desk is far worse, you know. I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes. I wonder. I don't think I can. Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know. The path to true mess is long and arduous, it seems. And then... Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but you mustn't open it. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, but I'm sure it's something important. Oh, geniuses sure can be mischievous. Mischievous. Is the tea set Miss Sally brought with her? Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Oof. The Dharma doll I brought with me from home, still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but... That's cruel, only letting it have one eye. Yes, but it's because I don't consider myself a good enough lawyer yet, you see. Once I become a fully fledged lawyer, Mrs. Ada will color in the other eye for me. Well, in that case, why not color in the other eye now? And then every time you win a new case, give it an extra eye. You can never have too many eyes, you know. Jeez. Call me crazy, but I never considered that. Is that true? You never have too many eyes? We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind there. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too. Apparently tanks like that were very popular in London before I was born. Oh, you mean they're not anymore? I think people discovered it was too much effort to clean them out and change the water all the time. I can believe that. Prawns and anemones are fun for a while. Okay, well, we investigated that. What else is there to investigate? This is all not important. Let's go back to prison. Gina. Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would you do something like that? It would only make your situation worse. Calm down, Reno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Reno. Come along, Susie. Oh no, I'm... Okay, well, I can't investigate this, actually. What else? What have I missed? There's nothing here as well. There must be something at the crime scene I've missed, right? What have I possibly missed? Because I've looked everywhere. Any ideas, chat? Any clues? Have I looked in the spot I've missed? I guess not. I'm just scanning. What if I... what if I give him this manuscripts? Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest... Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean it like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? God. Oh, can I give him this? Oh, okay. Oh, we've got more tea now. Okay. What about this? No, okay. No, they just... There's no point in showing him this stuff then, I guess. I was like, maybe he gives some extra information, but no. What am I missing? There must be something that I'm missing. Maybe not in the storeroom. Because I don't think the storeroom has much that I could possibly be missing. Maybe I... What if I show you this manuscript? Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windybanks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yeah, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't a reason, but I can't. Okay, that doesn't help us. No, okay. The blood samples. Oh, you really are a genius, Iris. I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Okay, well that didn't help us either. Poor Ginny. This is all my fault, really. But she'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean? I'll defend her with everything I've got. So, she'll be alright, won't she? Am I that bad at instilling confidence? Oh no. Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing here. I thought maybe if I present something, something else would open up, but... Which one was Kitty? Gentleman's overcoat. Oh, this one. No, that doesn't help. Okay. So there should be a small box somewhere around here, but that doesn't tell us much. Like, what exactly qualifies as a small box? You know? There's many boxes around. I can't inspect any of them. Wait, I can inspect this again. Green blood, it just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everybody's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Okay, well... that was something. Didn't help us at all. I don't know. I'm kind of stuck. Not knowing what to inspect anymore. Hurley lives in a mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing. He must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. Stradivarius. He still doesn't know how to pronounce it. How pretty Hurley gets well soon, yeah. There's all sorts on shelves. Hurley does tend to overload the shelves. He wanted to look something up in one of those books the other day. But it was so tightly crammed in there, he gave up and went to buy a new copy. That's exactly what she said last time. I think this is all just the same. Rudy's been working on his disguises recently. He's been dressing as a woman mainly. Really? Mr. Sholmes dressing in women's clothes? Yes, you see the lady in the photographic print on the mantelpiece? That's Hurley. He's quite stunning. Okay. Apparently, that's a thing. I don't know why. Also, why would you have a photographic print taken of yourself dressed as a woman? I guess if you... Yeah, actually, like having a print is fine, but why have it on the mantelpiece? It's a disguise. Yeah, but... Like having a disguise is fine, just why would you have a picture taken and then put on the mantelpiece, like front and center in your house? Is he gonna say like, oh no, that's my wife or something? Is that... What's his goal? Maybe as a reference for himself. Maybe that, actually, but I mean... Still, you wouldn't portray it like on a mantelpiece. You'd just have it somewhere else. Hurley says that Waggy is a memento too. He tried really hard to get the little fellow to stay on those shelves at first. But he had to give up in the end. Waggy just wouldn't keep still. Well, yeah, it's a cat. Of course it wouldn't keep still. I haven't seen you do much writing recently. I'm a little bit stuck. Well, you could consider using what happened to Mr. Natsume, perhaps? Oh yes, that's a fabulous idea, and a great title has just popped into my head as well. The Adventure of the Caddy Man. How's that, Bruno? That... I mean... I don't know about that, honestly, but sure. A cup of one of your special herbal blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling strange. Poor Hurley, he hasn't had a drop of tea today. I wish I could take some to the hospital for him. It's a charming little white shelf with charming little bottles too, but the contents of them aren't quite so charming. I've nearly developed a rainbow smoke grenade, you know. Okay. I'll tell you what, when I've perfected it, I'll fire the first shot at you, Bruno. What an honor. Lovely. Okay, so nothing there. I'm running out of things to investigate, you know? I really don't know what I've missed. There must be something in the shop that I've missed. But I really can't find it. I don't know what it is. Is it obvious? Is it something in my court record that I haven't examined enough? Something to do with the cats? Is there more blood around? I don't think so. I haven't really seen. Wait, what about the camera system that Herlock had installed? It's supposed to print out a photographic print every half hour. What time was What time was it broken into? I don't remember. Hi again, Zelda. I seem to be stuck. I don't know what to do anymore. We've done everything that I can imagine, but the story won't continue. So I must have missed something, but I don't know what. I can't inspect the keys. Wait, no, that's part of the same thing. Never inspected the blood specifically. It's all part of the same thing. Like the ones that have a tick mark, there's nothing else to do there. Why hasn't she sampled the blood? We have. We have. There. There is a bike. Yeah, I know. We talked about it earlier. How is Gina? So we are representing Gina now. But she is, of course, still in jail because we're investigating. But yeah, we know that it's his blood. We know that his blood is blue. We know that this one belongs to Thrice Fired Mason, who died 2 months ago. So it's pretty old blood. And we don't know who this belongs to. We do know that it's green blood, but that doesn't tell us anything unless we have a blood sample from someone else, right? Can I present this? I don't think so, no. Why is the blood colored? It's like an invention from Iris. So depending on whose blood it is, it's differently colored. So we can figure out whose blood is where and stuff. No, he doesn't want to look at my armband either. I don't know. Where did Sholmes get shot? In the other room. So it's most likely Sholmes' blood, honestly. But I don't actually know for certain. Because it doesn't make any sense, since technically the blood was already here when we walked in. But I don't know if that's because they didn't like redo the room or something, or for some other reason. But the blood was already here. But yeah, it was around here that he got shot. I really don't know. What am I missing? I feel like I should look up what I'm missing, just because I'm so confused. It's not even anything important, just... There must be something that... Okay, one thing it did say, which, I mean, which isn't important, I don't think, but... I can investigate the shovel. I don't think it's important. Spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Werner, that's not a spade, it's a shovel. Oh, you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that. Oh no, a pick is something else entirely. Why did I do this? Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Okay, well... okay. Never mind. What else is there that I've not investigated? I'm basically just going through this and seeing what I can investigate that I just happen to miss, and all of it seems to be in places that don't seem important, like this blackboard, for example. What does it say today? The Boscombe Valley Mystery. We visited Boscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see, but I forgot to bring the tea. So when Hurdy became thirsty, he decided to drink from Boscombe Pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache. Oh dear. Hurdy sat there miserable as can be in the field of flowers after that, just like when you saw him yesterday. That really is an unsavory tale. Weren't there shovel knocks Tuesday during the stream? Well, there was like the whole question about the guy coming into the shop, and we thought he was going to use a shovel to dig a tunnel towards the bank on the opposite side of the street, which wasn't the case. Let's see. Neighbor representation, what happened, it's all things we did. Message. This was all before I picked up Susato. Da-da. Okay. There's a couple new things. Da-da-da. Blood samples portfolio. I did that. What am I missing? Turned out blue, yep. Did that one. The story manuscript, yeah. Oh, I see. The one thing I... Okay. It was something I had to present. It was something I had to present, but I presented it to the wrong person. I was thinking about it. Why didn't I do this? I was like, yeah, they haven't found the box yet, and then they asked Iris about it, but she was like, I don't know what to do about that, right? But of course I have to ask the detective, because his people have been searching all over the place. Inspector, what do you make of this? Whatever you hear then. A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote that ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is a ticket for Mr. McGilder's overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. The box would be in this room anyway, right? Well, it should be. But obviously we're not going to look through every single box to see, like, oh, which box is it? Like, the police are already going through everything, so we might as well ask them to save time. Because I couldn't find it while investigating. I thought that was a thing, but apparently it's not. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to... Bruno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket. Oh, of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I never doubted your ladyship. So, what's all this about, then? If I might be so bold as to ask. This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Finally, okay. I knew I was missing something, but of course I tried to present the wrong ticket to him earlier. The ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just a music box disc, it seems. Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I could see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be... Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, are all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles. I'll go barking. It is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be here in here then? That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves. It could be on the shelves in front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. It's been more than 2 months? Yeah. Just 2... well... When we got it the first time for the code, it was exactly 2 months for the code, and the box was deposited 2 days before then. So it's been just over 2 months. The shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh. There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Oh god. Well, I think we should have a look, just in case. Well, of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Oh. Dong. Dong. I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip the representation papers if she didn't want to be your lawyer. Her to be your lawyer. Wait, you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. But what about the box? What's in the box? Fine. What's in the box? Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. You like Gina's style? Yeah. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you're innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We could just throw it in her face, that's true. Oh wait, I have to go out, present, and then do this. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at the Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story, it's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? 5,000 pounds? That's insane. No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't going to sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the was in the place. Okay, yeah. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Yeah, those damn grown-ups, you know. I'm telling you, that mental script and at Windibanks, we'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. Thank you for the posture check, Zelda. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Shums was being honest. If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense, dear. I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. Leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of the overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. Well, what? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Okay. Oh. Like this? Stains on your sleeves. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Okay. Oh. It's covered in quite a lot of blood, actually. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes. It was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. Is it her coat? No, it's the coat from Mr. McGilded. The guy that we represented the first time we were in London. The like short Irishman. I don't know, I probably have... Do I have him in here? I don't, okay. I mean, he's dead, so it makes sense that he wouldn't be in here, but... I think you know who I mean, the one with the big hat. Not the wonky hat, but the big hat. Benedict had a coat like that? No, so Benedict tried to tell us that it was his coat that he was picking back up, but it was actually Mr. McGilded's coat, which is why Gina has it. Because she was told to pick it back up by Mr. McGilded. So she was lying a lot during that case. Because Mr. McGilded had told her that, well, if she didn't help him out, she would, you know, kind of be in trouble. Because he had a lot of, well, influence, you know. And Gina doesn't exactly have much places to go, so it would be very simple to just do a bunch of, what's it called? Basically cause her and the other, like, orphans and stuff to have to roam the streets instead of where they currently are. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi, can someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. I mean, we already kind of knew. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, whose good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at his overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I keep adding Mr. when he's not actually saying it. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. I mean, he's dead, so, you know, not much to worry about then. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Exactly. Mr. Headband. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. Can't know for sure what is the truth and what's a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for our cause, for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's so funny, Gina? Core, sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be so soft. Well, come on, look at the mess that's got you into. Believing in that bog trotter? Yeah, I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away? Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that Woody will... Oh god. I bet that's what he wants all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I do. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Lips just trip off me tongue. I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Oh, wipes away tears. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. Yeast and Lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Oh. But it's interesting that we had to convince someone who was about to get convicted to let us represent her in court. Because she just wouldn't have a lawyer for some reason. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mrs. Otto? Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, it's the inspector. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Craigsy! Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived, this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye and bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will... well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Well, Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Okay. But what about Herlock Sholmes? What about the hospital? I guess we'll find out when he wakes up. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? I'm guessing helping me in court, maybe? I don't know. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Suzaru-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. It's way too bright, isn't it? There we go. Ah. Light, please. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if this way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. Oh wow, early. I see, well, I'll escort you to the station, so I guess she won't be helping me in court then, because surely court doesn't happen until later. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. So what's the final task then? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. It's a book? What's that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh, okay. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Suzaru-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Suzaru-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Why that? Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Suzaru-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Ah, yeah. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susado's shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Oh, Susado. Susado-san. Oh. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Dot dot dot. In the hospital, okay. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Wait, who is he talking to? Susado? My dear madam. What? What are they planning? Plotting? What is this? Behind my back? What are they doing? This one is so long. When I awoke the following morning, Susado's son was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Let me actually look at this. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of the victim: Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End of London. Trial summary: defendant Magnus McGilded, prosecuting attorney Lord Barak van Zieks, defense attorney Rinos K. Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress? Susado, or whatever, however you say it? I don't know. Miss Susado had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, Daria? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susado and I would meet again one day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you too. Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was Sherlock Sholmes for a second. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Ow, why is the cat here? Not the right voice, no. Combat, hello. I hope you're doing well. Iris, What are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend's in need, we need to show our support. Isn't that right, Baggy? Meow. Meow. Oh. Oh no. Baggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Wow, okay. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then. I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So we hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train's delayed, it should still be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder, see? So, how'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want, see if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry. Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers the headlines will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Yeah, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Okay, we have today's paper. Amazing. Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Let me look at this. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful, Virginia, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yeah, something like that, if possible. I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. I don't think that's gonna happen, but sure. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Luna? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay. Important, apparently, because otherwise it wouldn't update with that. Huh. Is it all related to the case? Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. The operation was a great success, but Ernie still hasn't come around yet. Eh? Wait, but he was around yesterday evening when he talked to the heck? Is he pretending? I mean, he might be pretending. That's sus. I mean, of course they don't know that. We know, but that's weird. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Oh god. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friends, it's that. It's that. Yeah, that's all. That's the sentence. It's just that. Okay. Oh, it's Van Zieks again, our old friend. Of course he's here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt of or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. Oh no. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runa. Thanks, Iris. I actually managed to work that out too, thank you. Total betrayal, what are you talking about? The torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Was it directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all of London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Okay. Okay. So... so there's the maid from the previous trial. Or one of the previous trials, right? There's the landlord of Mr. Shit, what's his name? I forgot his name already, but he's there. This guy, I don't know. This is the old guy that was their last trial as well, but he's now in a doctor's outfit. Apparently he's a doctor, I guess, maybe. This was the one who was typing in one of the earlier trials as well. And then this looks to be the disguise of the lady on the ship, right? Or it's actually a guy who looks like that. But that's odd. Okay. So the only one I don't quite recognize is this guy. Why does he have like a lamp on his head? Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Was the guy in the newspaper? Yeah. Wait, which one was the guy in the newspaper? The one with the lights on his head? Or you mean the Russian guy? Former lieutenants in the British Army here. The Russian army. The Russian one, yeah. So... the main reason I'm confused is if it's the Russian guy, it's a Russian revolutionary, right? Who was in the newspaper. But... when we saw someone who looked like that, it was actually the ballerina in disguise. So why would a Russian revolutionary be here instead of in Russia, you know? Or at least somewhere near Russia. But instead, like the ballerina, I know that she went to England. That's for certain. But if that's the case, then why would she dress up? He fled successfully? I mean, possibly. But there's two options. There's two options. And either one are weird, but I guess we'll find out. Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Ah yes, stereoscopic, definitely. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? What is he thinking about? Women indispensable in society, stop. Female-centric future awaits, stop. Okay. Oh. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. I don't think you're in the right place, mister. Is something wrong right now? Oh, not exactly, it's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really, funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. I mean, it's because otherwise they have to make so many new models, you know? Very well, now Lord Van Zieks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Can you imagine a game like this with RNG for the jurors? Oh, that would be interesting, but nearly impossible to program correctly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Okay. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found at a storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the juries waiting for? We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My Lord Nepalese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zieks. At once, my lord. Okay. A lot of evidence, that's interesting. Or at least good, but a lot of it is pointing towards the wrong thing, which is not good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, you know? I think that's because it has. Oh, he's already taken his cloak off. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windebank on the 16th of April of this year. This judge seems competent compared to the one from the Phoenix Wright games. That's true. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. So, these are the guys who shot Herlock. Why do they have an apple and a pear with them? Okay, let me actually look at the evidence before we continue. Okay, time of death 1 to 1:30 a.m. Pop Winterbank, reporting party, Ryunosuke. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. Gently rising. Interesting. Are they Mario and Luigi? That's, yeah, not quite. Okay. Then we have the crime scene photograph. So obviously there's a bullet wound, there's blood. Makes sense. We know that we're over there. The gun. Let me look at the gun. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder's completely empty. Mr. Winterbank always used to keep this gun on hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. The obvious weird thing is that he shot from the door's direction. Yeah, exactly. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Anything other than that? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, so nothing too interesting right now. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. What? You don't just call yourself a professional baddie, do you? I mean, I guess they do. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Of course, Ringo. Because Ringo's Apple. And a Nash. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. So they're literally apple and pear. Okay. Understood. Ringo Skulkin. Occupations, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. God blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we are going through? Here's our older brother. Lose contact with him. We have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. What are their names? Nash and Ringo Skulkin. They're just skulking around. So skulking is like sneaking somewhere, like skulking around is like being sneaky and suspicious, basically. Ringo is apple in Japanese. Nash could be... I'm not sure about Nash, but the fact that Ringo is apple, it just makes me be like, because they were holding an apple in the pear, I'm like, it's okay, fine. You know? It's all puns. It's puns all the way down, okay? They're brothers, yes. And apparently they have another older brother. And then last night we came across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. We decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you. Oh, God. Big bruv Soki. Do you think he's actually related to them? Nashi pair. Ah, yeah, of course. That's right. I did think it was a pair, but I wasn't sure in what way. Makes sense that it's a reference to a certain type of pair. Be without you too. Soki's skulking? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Soki Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? Well, also they shot Herlock Sholmes. We know that for a fact. What the heck? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. Have a good rest of the lurk, Zelda. Enjoy the rest of your day. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh my god, the small guy... He's standing on a box and he's still so short. What about the rising trajectory thing? Surely the short guy could have done it. Order, order. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because the Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Okay. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the Gav's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, God blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Just left, huh? Just left. Not after not before shooting freaking Herlock Sholmes, you know. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Reno? Sorry, I was just stunned at the silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is.
Hold it!
Okay. The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Silky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. What was the... 1 to 1:30, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Silky, Mold Mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
Yo, Sulky starts joining in on their shenanigans. He's a detective. Of course he doesn't. His name is not even Sulky. They're just calling him Sulky for some reason. That's pure conjecture. Huh. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It's like some kind of sign, begging us for us to go in, it was. What are you trying to suggest, that you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our lost young brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. That is to a bloke who looks like our bruv. I said, cut it out. God.
Hold it!
Okay. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. Can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? Firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Okay. The door was locked from the inside. You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? Perhaps the drawing would help, yeah. There's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. I mean, You went to chase after the people who shot someone, though. That's not being a coward. That's the exact opposite of being a coward. I mean, he didn't go right away. That's the problem, but... Also, there's 3 ways, because running is one. And then chasing or looking for who did it is another. Or just freezing in place and doing nothing is also one. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Okay. We've done nothing, took nothing, all that stuff. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It wasn't, Naz, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of my Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers, we are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. Great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Okay, nice. Now, my learned Nepalese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Winterbanks last night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. Let me actually look at this for a second. There's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the revolver's 6 cylinders, which tells us a single shot has been fired from it. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? I'll make those brothers pay. Anything else? Nothing crazy. Looks like. Okay. Nope. Okay. to sign it? I mean, this, right? But
Take that!
the evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. I'm not trusting the police to do their job, the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nepalese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these two witnesses unloaded a firearm? It was this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. Okay, so it was that bullet that was fired. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. Wait, who would have set the calendar to the 16th? I mean, I guess... Oh, well, yeah, of course. It would have been midnight that he set it to the 16th. Because he always did that. But then... an hour later, he was in the storeroom with Gina. It's an odd case, that's for sure. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah! Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And, like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh, take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in soup. We had a deal. We weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him so, he set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. What the hell was that? Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What's that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m. No rule change, 9:30 p.m. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here. And here. Weren't there 3? There were 3. Sherlock Sholmes himself, I believe, said there were 3 when he talked about them. Okay. Unless I'm misremembering, but you say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Yeah, that's a bit of a fried tuck, eh, bro? Lady Lux loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Dark for you too, welcome. Hello. Captain Andy as well. Hope you're well. Can I tell Andy he's adorable? I mean, sure, Andy, you're adorable. I don't know why, but apparently Woodwood wants me to say that, so. Must have just been after 1, right, bruv? Must have been Nash. Must have been, yeah. Just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. That is... I see we're finding the truth today. We're trying. Yeah. We're trying to. But yeah, this is a pretty awful shot. Pretty awful time for Gina to be in the shot here. That exactly when it was taken, she had the gun in her hands already. That is pretty unfortunate. Yeah, that's really bad. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please. Oh god. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. I mean, it's not true, but it does, you know, evidence-wise, not look good. I mean, look at this. The cat was still there. Look at the cat. It's beautiful. Finger on the trigger as well. Poor trigger discipline there, Gina. But she's holding the gun up, which is interesting. Like, she's not pointing it at him, right? Did I do the murder again? No, it wasn't me. Not this time. I say, my lord. Oh. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of May once, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all get it good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. Okay. I don't know why he has to say that right now. But... Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Oh no. Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garrett squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make judgment here. Status report for the court, man, under double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Number 4 is just a confused man. A confused doctor, in fact. He seems to be a doctor or surgeon or something. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Well,
Guilty.
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 that's quick, doesn't it?
Guilty.
Guilty.
It's kind of problematic usually when that happens. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again? How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Bali. Yeah, like they're all English, okay? I don't know English. Well, British, but specific. It's all weird to me, okay? I just try my best with whatever terms they give me. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt as this young pickpocketian. Okay, yeah. As a housemaid, she'd like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Sir, are you okay? Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hands the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the body trigger. At least half of the jury was just saying gibberish. Well, that kind of makes it difficult though, because we have to basically pit them against each other and see, like, get them to change their verdict by using their own statements against them. If what they're saying is gibberish, then I can't really use it. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Regina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. Can't be used in that manner that it doesn't have anything to do with the case. I mean, not really, but in the way it plays out at least. Sometimes the weird statements do help in that it proves something else, but we'll see. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Okay. I still want to use the sword one day, but I guess it's not happening, is it?
Hold it!
Let's just start pressing people. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadab, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Huh. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadab house was the talk of the town after that business. Lord just moved out, and I couldn't get a body soul to take up the tenancies. Tenancies, I guess? Yeah, right. How was it? Tenancies. Yeah, I did say it correctly, okay. It always sounds wrong when I say it, but it is the word. English is weird like that sometimes. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet, but bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied, you did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2.
Hold it!
Okay. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done, not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the Great Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I'd like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, you should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, maid. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Wow, okay. Oh, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Okay, good. Good. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the Great Detective. There we go. Okay. So she's changed her statement slightly.
Hold it!
Can we press it again? But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pick-purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Wow. It was one of the 2 brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid statement to help us somehow, don't you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. Okay, this guy.
Hold it!
He loves the stereo, you know. What do you mean, look at this photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print as stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it the lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the 2 prints merge into one before the eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. If I've left it in there, I should think there would be repercussions by now. Let's see what he has to say then. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, or no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself. Don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? Oh, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. This is exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up somewhere, elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you could be without being sure. Could this be the surgeon of Sholmes? I think so, yeah. I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East, Stop? Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete their journey. But now we have this electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, here we go. He's angry.
Excuse me.
He's angry. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think it just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even have noticed before. What? Have you got any, Rena? Any prints we could look at? Absolutely.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Welcome back, Charles. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Wait. I don't have another print. I don't have another print.
Take that!
That's the same. I What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, don't you have these at the Far East? Did you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Yep. I mean, I know, but I don't have another one. I know I can get another one. Thanks for being company. Oh, no problem, trolls, as always. I hope you've enjoyed yourself so far. Oh, yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this younger man then. Haha. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Okay, well...
Hold it!
How do I get another print? Please tell me you're not Villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. A revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like a vicious criminal all the time, it's very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulking Brothers? Duh. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker shop, but they have not done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulking Brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them, who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Well, okay. We know that Jenny wouldn't shoot anyone, okay. Well... evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket Chen. The brothers of the skin of the earth. They shoot him for the great detective.
Objection!
Let's do this. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. This is true. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulking brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shums in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry, my English still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ah, here is what. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Ah, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Runa, easily. Sorry? Mr. Prince from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Kui, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah, tut-tuts. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skokin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. It does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals only took one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right, I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied, I think it very important to continue with trial. Oh, nice. Yay! We did one. Not enough, but we did one. Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation into our favor still. I kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Okay. Okay, maybe we can use it to do stereoscope. I wonder. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's see. Oops.
Take that!
Let's see what happens. Juror number 3. 2 suitable prints. Very well done. I'd like you to demonstrate. Give me one more.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Liar, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Yeah, you just cross your eyes and they overlap. Oh, that looks like 3D. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally yet, anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl's discovered the secret. The secret, oh yeah, yes, I have. Cross-eyed, nice. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno, go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Okay. I mean, besides the two people being gone, that is. The broken lamp. I mean, I knew about the broken lamp before, but I couldn't investigate it when we were at the scene, which I found odd. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can say that straight away, but now try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. I'll give it a go. Cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap. Wait. So you actually have to cross your eyes. If you want to do it properly, they're like, oh yeah, you have to cross your eyes. It's like, no, I saw it already. I don't need to cross my eyes for that. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the items on the counter they just sort of jump out at you. Yeah, that's because it's 3D. Like they're shifted slightly. I did see that they were shifted slightly before. I like that everyone is... Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yeah, I did see that when they actually went from one to the next. I saw that there was a slight, like, shift. Mainly in the doll's legs is what I saw. But I was more focused on the lamp being broken, because that seems important too, but... But this shift, what does that even mean? Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Someone tampered? New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes, Yes, we had to go around in circles a little there, it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Do I know? It's not Gina, right? I mean, it could be one of these, but they wouldn't be so... Like, if they were rummaging around, they wouldn't be, like, shifting it slightly, right? I'm actually gonna save because I'm unsure about this. Like, who would have... Why would it have shifted? Because of the shot? The gunshot? I mean, the lamp breaking... I mean, someone might have hit the desk, but then why did... the lamp broke, I guess, after the shot? I'm blaming Ringo.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skokin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. This does not agree. They said they did not even have time to pull jukes from Lucy's lockets. My phrase book says jukes is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh, hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skokin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skokin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she is a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from the shady pair. Oh. Why do you use his... He uses his head. Don't hit your head on the desk, sir. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. It's shifting. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Most purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Boom. We're done. Well, not done, but... Why did the stereoscope guy vote guilty then? Because everyone else voted guilty. He just wanted to prove his point, yeah. I mean, I guess they just... Everyone on the stand just assumed that with the evidence provided there was no other way. And now we're like, well, they're lying though, right? And if the witnesses are lying, you want to know why they're lying. So now they're like, wait, but let's hear them out a bit more, because I want to know what this is all about. You know? I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Okay. Lord Van Zieks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. To be continued. God. Okay. I have no idea how much longer this is going to go on for. I don't know if he'll have enough time to fully, you know, do the entire case. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Well then, I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Yeah, Governor. I did, I did. Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Gore, blimey. It's going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. It was Bedlam soon, weren't it? Didn't even have time to pull my jokes out of my lacy pockets. Loosey pockets. That was a lie. Or Lucy... whatever that he says. I say Lucy lockets, not pockets. Might as well say pockets, but whatever, sure. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We've never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Uh-oh. Well, you will now give formal testimony once again. You'll tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll preach. Okay. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, he made us both jump, and all this stuff went flying. Mummy, it didn't all give me a fright. We was thinking that shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarped it straight into him. In the black. Him in the black, yeah. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So he admits to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't we make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at the Winterbanks last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Okay.
Hold it!
Here we go again. If that's the case, why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? We ain't exactly squeaking clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If you admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well, sad wrinkle me on China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. In fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? More like we tidied the place up. Sorry. Yeah.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Oh well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep a shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright. Blimey, me dad granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull, whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at the clatter like that. In short, this gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean,
Is that right?
I was quiet as a mouse and then all of a sudden, bam. Oh, detective.
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's going on in your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slight different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. I might have, Gov. Might have. Does it ring a bell now you mention it? Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discovered the witness's testimony had been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Okay. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. Where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? course we could. From the other side of the door, behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, was it that of the victim, Mr. Windybank? On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny life, of course it was. Granny's life, yeah. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. Yeah, that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny when that bloke in all the fancy clubbers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life, it is. Oh no, it's granny's life, it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke who owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. That is... Wait. So if he's holding the gun... later... that means she...
Hold it!
That doesn't make any sense. You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. But someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his good goose proper. God. I bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." It was directly after those words that he heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck, before everything went deadly quiet. And after that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Okay. Oh god. Let's keep pressing, I guess, first. You didn't try to open the storeroom door then. Not in your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did, but it put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Alright, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day... we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Unfortunately, Gina was in there, unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Good enough, even if you wanted to. There was another way to... Oh god. No, okay. We stuck everything back where we found it and scavenged it into the black. Whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. Yeah, just don't have a loaded gun in your hand, idiot. After that, we liked it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like a winkle. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession. Well, yes. Well, listen, that proves it, doesn't it? You couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had the chance, did we? Now, why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. What? In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of a pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. Never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's the full extent of their testimony? What's it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Okay. Oh god.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Naz, yes. No question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Bunny, hello. I hope you're well. Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. What the heck? But there was only one gun found. What is that? What is that? What does it mean? How do I prove anything?
Objection!
This doesn't work. No, okay. Oh, there's something I can do with this statement, I'm pretty sure, but... On lunch right quick and wanted to pop in? Nice, I hope you have a good lunch. You want that lapel pin? The like cross? It is pretty cool. That is true. I think we just... I think we just...
Hold it!
No, I already did this. What haven't I pressed? So I did get some other dialogue earlier, but when presenting something, but it didn't help at all.
Hold it!
I didn't try to open the storeroom, I already did this. So this is all things I've read before. I don't know what else to do here. Put everything back where we found it, start right back.
Hold it!
Made squeaky clean, would be more trouble. Now you're in more trouble by lying.
Hold it!
Gun. And they say they heard it about the same time. Give me that gun, bang. I really don't know what else. But they knew Mr. Winterbanks, but we can't actually do anything with that. They deny knowing him, but it doesn't matter right now. What am I missing? I'm missing something and I'm not sure what. I'm actually looking at something because right. Oh, I know. I was presenting the wrong thing. I knew I had to present something on this because there was only one gun at the scene. Where is it? This one. Right.
Objection!
No? What is it that I present? What is it? What the heck? Oh. Photograph of the victim. Like, this is the gun from Mr. Winterbank, but...
Objection!
Okay, it's this one. Okay, it's the photo, I see. Yeah, because it's like... If there's only one gun involved, and they're like... Or if it happened the way they're phrasing it, right? Where it's like, oh, they yelled, give me that gun, and then they shot. Then that usually means they're facing each other, they're talking to each other. He was shot in the back. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Wenderbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? And that's it, Gav, you've got the picture. Yes, Nazi has no questions. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bandit, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yet a mole Tula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Yeah? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Well, he was shot in the back.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me the gun," followed by the gunshot. indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulking. Mr. and Mr. It's so confusing to me because it's always used to be Mr. and Mrs., right? But because they say Mr. and Mr., I'm like, every time I try to say Mrs. still, it trips me up. But it's the God's honest truth. Honest truth. It is Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right now? Right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skokin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, nah. Oh my god. Order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to... It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. The truth is that we, see... Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If you blab now, you know what he'll do to us. What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Ralph, come on, the game's up. But you'll have our guns for garters. Okay, so it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourself fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Oh my god, not again. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like it was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. It never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Let's press them some more. These...
Hold it!
So unreliable, these witnesses. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. We never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. It would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But it doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What, the Maltula? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber, we had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with a gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is, spot on. And all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Oh god. This case is so crazy. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Oh yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick and some skull, whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over scales on the floor. So in fact it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock the things over the counter. Well, your brother here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter to activate it, used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. A man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you had pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through the door and shut himself in. There's something wrong here. Something that doesn't ring right true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. Look, the point is, me and my bruv here... That's right, Nash, that's right, me and my bruv here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Well, I don't know if that's true. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We knew it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah. It would indeed appear so. I've had to back to work now, but I Have a lovely rest of the stream. Thank you, Bunny. Have a good day at work. What suits you that, Council? Is there anyone else? Yeah. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? And the question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. Like here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, where was the victim at the time? Here.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah. It was at precisely that moment where the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Shorter in height than himself, yep. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Oh, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot outside the storeroom. Who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? It was... Wait, where is she? Oh, there. Gina Lestrade.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Ah yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? Hi, Zelda. It is getting late, I know. It does. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. It's time to eat. I know. Soon. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gav, we ain't. You gotta believe us, I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my eyes you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Yeah, have a good lurk, Zelda. I will definitely go have food soon. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Nah. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't a pickpocket who assaulted a pawnbroker after all? Should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shitty as a dense forest. That was amazing, Reno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict, if not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performance in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks, might be an idea to explain this body conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Yeah. Oh dear. He noticed them. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Wait, are we too stupid to get this? The fact that only one bullet is missing from the gun. Counsel? Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. The bullet which entered Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Winterback did not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Well. Order! Order! Well, this is fine. Oh, sorry, I clicked through by accident. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zieks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She is a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I've here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilder's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No you don't. Don't give it to him. That's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilder has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that's that music box disc. McGilder's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused is on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to... Lord Van Zieks, I am... Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting, but those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Interesting. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff. Okay. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. They're probably just gonna go for it, aren't they? I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runa. My lord, wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's very obvious to me and my man. There's only one thing for it. Body obvious, yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
There we go again. Can't they hurry it up? I need to make food. Oh, maybe I need to finish some other time. I was hoping I could do it today. I didn't expect this case to go on so long. I guess it is the last one in this series, in the 5 cases in the first part of this game, so I guess it makes sense that the final one is a long one. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's beyond any doubt. I mean, yeah, because there was no reason at all. Why, like, if she threatened him at gunpoint, why would he then be able to leave with his gun, mind you? Like, and then go back in where she shoots him for some reason? It doesn't make any sense. Like, none of it makes any sense. Like, if she had any ill intent at all, it didn't make any sense. Second examination for today. Are you and your jurors ready? Geared up squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. You will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Okay. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black, but when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Oh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Okay. Yes, my lord. Okay. Well, I want to continue it, but I need to call it quits because it's, well, for one, my voice is getting rough, and I need to get some food. But, yeah, we'll continue some other time. I'm sure we'll be very close to the end when I continue this. I'm pretty sure we're really close to the end. But yeah, let me raid. Let's raid combat. I haven't raided him in a bit. Playing some Lethal Company. So let's go say hi over there. I hope everyone had a good time. Sadly, couldn't wrap it up in time, but we will do next week on Tuesday. I'll be back on Saturday before then with more Dragon Quest monsters. So hopefully I'll see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you for being here. I hope you go say hi to Combat for me. Send some love over there. And yeah, maybe give him a follow if you're so inclined. I'm just going to have some food and everything and get some rest because I'm actually quite tired now. But yeah, have a good one. Stay hydrated, stay cozy, stay safe, and until next time. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye.